Happy Friday! We're gonna feed Fred, who has been waiting so patiently for his food. New plate. This is a plate that I got from Mom's. Hi, Freddy. Come over here. We're gonna test out this new plate. It's my childhood plate. Sit. Go. Thank you. If anybody wants a pink Himalayan sea salt block, let me know. I am getting rid of this along with many other things. I've been putting it on the Buy Nothing group in Woodside. Warm reception so far. Did you have dinner yet, Aaron?
No.
Do you want something?
I'm thinking about it, but I'm not sure.
You can have some cheese.
Yeah, I was gonna have more of the brie, and I had it last time with the achar, which was really good.
Nice. You can have all the brie, I don't like it.
You were too generous.
I gave away the rest of Grandma's equipment today. Her remaining commode cleaned, her toilet seat guard where the handrails help you stabilize yourself as you lower and rise. I gave away her walker, and I gave away, I feel like there was something else. But anyway, I gave away all the senior equipment to a lady who took the first commode, and apparently she ships them off to the Philippines where some seniors just don't have anyone caring for them and don't have much. And the first time, as you saw on our exciting live where Julie came to pick stuff up, the first time she gave me 12 pastries from a Chinese bake shop, and I basically orgasmed over that Hokkaido cheese tart. And then today she brought me 14 little breads from Red Ribbon, which is a Filipino bakery, and it was delicious. I shared it with another person who came by to pick up luggages for a women's shelter. And I also shared some with my friend Samira, and I gave 2 to my neighbor. And it was just really nice. If you've ever had a Chinese sponge cake, the ones that are wrapped in that thin parchment paper, this one was exactly like that, except a little bit sweeter, a little bit moister, and the top layer had this very soft, almost icing-like cream smear on it, and it was delicious. So thank you to the kind folks out there who take stuff from me, give it to a nice home that can use it. Do not rob me, and do not gaslight me into thinking that I'm the one who's in the wrong after they are late for 3 hours.
Do you think she's watching?
Julie? I don't know. She did say that, she,
As a fan?
she sent me that text after she left with all the stuff that made me kind of feel scared, but, whatever. Life. You gotta take your chances. Do you think Fred likes this plate? I think it helps him from pushing it too far out.
Yeah.
The The little lip.
It doesn't push it off.
Freddy, do you like this plate?
I don't think he cares what plate it is as long as there's food on it.
Do I entertain company at this home?
You guys are our company.
Do I have space? Do I have space in
See,
this
this is what I
490
was
square
doing,
foot?
June.
What? Wow, look at that fancy brie. What you got going on in that brie?
Just the Indian pickle sauce, Bangladesh pickle sauce.
What's it taste like?
Good.
He says.
I have a piece.
Nothing. Here, I'll do a taste test via my nose.
Also called a smell test. Can we use that oil that's been sitting out for 4 days?
Yes.
Maybe make more shrimp chips?
Yes, we'll make more shrimp chips now because Aaron
It
wants
just feels
me
weird to have oil sitting in the counter at room temperature forever. Doesn't it go rancid?
It won't go rancid this fast. Maybe within 2 weeks it will. Alright, time for more shrimp chips. I might not make the sweet potatoes today, unfortunately. I just don't feel like it. I basically cleared out the rest of Mom's house. It was a relief, but also physically and emotionally draining. So I'm gonna take it a little bit chillax, easy. Aaron,
Hey, June.
would you like to get some shrimp chips in your life?
Shrimp chips?
Shrimp chips?
Yes.
Would you like to
Oh.
season it your way?
I love shrimp chips. Sure.
Do you like this avant-garde framing with a Christmas light? You don't like it? Got on your nerves? Here. There you go. I find it kind of weird that YouTube doesn't automatically filter out the word penis, but it does filter out the word boob.
Well, penis is a medical term, refers to actual parts of the anatomy, while boob is a slang term. You should call them breasticles if you wanted to use the medically accurate scientific.
I think they filtered out breasts too.
That's funny. I think the real word is breasticles.
Oh, I think Aaron got rid of all the word filters, so now we can say anything. Aaron was looking through the YouTube settings for me, and I think he got rid of the default filters.
I believe we did do that.
So now you can say
But
anything.
not for comments.
Do not abuse it, y'all.
For live stream comments, not for video comments, I believe.
That was a little premature, my bad.
June sometimes gets some real wacko shit on her and like comments to videos.
I'll eat the test. Needs to get a little bit hotter. Here, why don't we just switch the camera angles instead of you being all up in my face? I am, if you can believe it, much more easily annoyed these days than ever before.
Oh, I can believe it.
So I would like my personal space, please. We're making shrimp chips again. I see we got some real mature viewers who like to comment very mature comments. Alright, season it, Aaron.
That pickle sauce was great. Wow, it just blooms.
That's what's amazing about it, yes.
Where are we going with today? Maybe some truffle salt.
I hear you salivating.
Me?
Yes, you just swallowed real hard because you salivated.
I don't think I did that.
Okay, well, I heard it.
Very nice. Very well done on these today. They're very light. I'm curious about the first
You should try it.
chewy one. Oh, no, actually it's fine.
Can you, yeah.
It's not rubbery.
Can you eat it over the sink and can you wipe up that area, please? Because we have roaches. Give me a warning so you don't spray my feet next time, please. Dell, I think you should text him. Because only that way will you regret it and not text him again. You really just have to hurt yourself before you stop hurting yourself sometimes.
Oh, I have an idea.
It doesn't hit the same way when somebody else tells you not to do it.
That might take a while. I'll hold that up to him. Instead of dry seasonings, we're going with wet ones today.
If your regret isn't enough to hold you back, then what use is our... Okay, I guess I'm going to get a different plate for my own.
I'll take the ones off the top.
If you already texted him and you regret it, then why do you still want to text him? I don't get it. Explain, please. That means you have not really regretted it, have you? That plate is all yours, Aaron.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's enough for me anyways, thanks.
Yep. You need to let the honey warm up. Microwave it for 10 seconds, and
Okay.
you don't have to do that.
This is with hot honey. Not sure it goes very well with the salt shrimp flavor, but glad I tried it.
Do you really taste the shrimp flavor?
Yeah, subtle, but it's there. I noticed it's a lot more prominent on the one. It was on the first one that you undercooked. It was very prominent. Sriracha obviously goes much better with shrimp flavor. What are you going to season yours with?
Maybe I'll just eat it plain. Why are M&Ms different colors?
Because the red one obviously tastes best.
Which one do you think tastes best here?
Oh. It's hard to tell since I've been seasoning that, but just by looking, yellow ones.
Really?
Yep.
Unexpected. Well, Aaron's gonna have to suffer because we're gonna fry these another day. It's
What's the
too much for me.
What's your favorite tasting M&M?
My favorite tasting M&M, I like the brown ones. I used to like the blue ones.
Boring.
I used to like the blue ones. I want some of Mom's salt.
Why haven't I been doing tahini on mine? I'm crazy.
I don't know. Blue is the most carcinogenic, I think, followed by yellow, followed by red. All those dyes are like...
Is the red dye made of bugs?
All those dyes are outlawed in Europe.
So there's no M&Ms in Europe?
They probably don't use...
Isn't the red one made of bugs? Beetles?
Sometimes, yeah. I think Fred likes shrimp chips.
He likes smelling them or eating?
Uh-oh.
Did you give him a chunk?
Last time I did. Do you want to try? Give him a... Hold it in the palm of your hand.
He licked and then...
I think the popping action scares him.
When it hits his tongue? Like pop rocks?
Mm-hmm.
Give us your hot take on recent news, June. What do you think of the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict?
You should feel bad for Aaron. I am always this way.
Yeah, I'm used to it.
What's up?
Let's hear your hot take on news.
On news?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck. What about the news, Aaron?
What do you think about the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict?
Somebody just asked that. What do you think I think, y'all? What do you think I think?
You support him? You think he did the right thing?
Oh my
Are you glad it
god.
happened that way? That the judge wasn't biased?
Was that meme from today where somebody got punched in the face? Was that him? Did he get punched in the face? Or was that an old meme? I just saw a meme where somebody got punched in the face.
I don't know who got punched in the face.
Ugh.
Do you want to get punched in the face? Like Fight Club? Would you join Fight Club?
I'm already in Fight Club.
What do you mean?
Every day I beat myself up. How did he get off? How?
The prosecution bungled it. Bungled or
Bungled. What happened?
Well, apparently, I don't know. I wasn't really following it because I don't really give a shit. But I saw one clip where the prosecutor was like, "Is it true you play a video game called Call of Duty?" And he was like, "Is it true in the video game Call of Duty you use an AR-15 to kill everyone you see?"
Why is that relevant?
It's not. Like, tens of millions of people play Call of Duty, obviously. It's one of the most popular franchises in the world. So was he trying to say that, like, I don't even know what he was trying to say.
Wow.
It was also wrong. You don't literally kill it. I saw the video, he phrased it like, "Is it true in the game you use the AR-15 to kill everyone you see?" There's no AR-15 in COD, and you also don't kill everyone you see.
Boomer.
Yeah. So the prosecution...
Did they assign inept lawyers?
Yeah, if you want to be conspiratorial about it, then the prosecution intentionally bungled it because they didn't want to convict him. That's only if you're feeling conspiratorial, though.
Great.
Are you, Jim?
Always.
Mm-hmm.
In this world, conspiracies keep me alive. Wow, this judge sounds the most boomer judge of all of them. Well, land of the free,
Freedom
home
murder.
of the brave.
Honestly, freedom to murder is a pretty big freedom. That's a bold freedom for a country to have.
You just lost faith in our judge, in our legal system? You just did? He wouldn't allow the victims to be called victims. Wow. Wow. Alright, I'm switching crunchies. Thank you, Aaron.
Mm-hmm. I know what you need.
Can I also have my mush, please?
You would like your mush.
Yes, please,
There's
sir.
multiple jars of mush. Here's one.
I know.
There's also this mush. I'm gonna start. You should eat the bloopers, by the way, because we have 4 containers.
I
and
will.
We'll probably start moving rapidly.
I will. Anyway, I don't watch the news anymore. Because what's the point even?
Entertainment?
No, Aaron.
No.
Who gets entertained off of this shit?
Based on cable news ratings.
Who?
Millions of people.
Yeah, they're fucking demented.
If you guys have stems, little stems on your blueberries, do you eat them?
No.
You always pick them off?
Yes.
I'm surprised. I feel like you'd be the sort of person who would eat the stems.
If they're tender, yes, but not if they're huge bluebirds like these. What else can we talk about, y'all? I might use the table to eat one of these days, but Aaron prefers it when I do lives in the kitchen because he likes his personal space where, 300 of your eyeballs aren't on him, so we're gonna be here for now. I've never met a bad Robbie, so, go Robbies, I guess.
How many Robbies have you known?
Just one.
Okay. And he was a good man?
Yeah, he was Lauren's husband.
Okay.
Very nice.
He was? What happened to them?
They moved to California.
Oh.
Uber down. Ooh, Mexican hot chocolate. You ate this?
Yeah.
Without me?
Yeah.
And then you hid it here, so I wouldn't eat it?
I just wanted it not that the fridge top gets really dusty.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, try it. Although it's spicy, so I figured you wouldn't even want any.
Wow. Aaron assumes I wouldn't want food.
You haven't been eating spicy food for years.
Jeff got this for us. It is called Seattle Chocolate Mexican Hot Chocolate Dark Chocolate Truffle Bar with cinnamon, vanilla, cayenne pepper.
Rudy feels bad for what they said to Dell. There's some Rudy Dell drama in chat.
What'd you say, Rudy? Don't say it again. Otherwise, you're gonna feel bad again,
What
right?
did you say? Don't say it again. Whatever it was, which you're about to tell us, don't tell us. Dell, how do you feel about what Rudy said to you?
Dell's not here anymore.
Dell's gone. Dell's no longer with us. That's all yours. I always leave you scraping
Thank
the
you.
TV and yogurt. June, who's your favorite viewer? Pick a favorite right now. Who's MVP viewer?
Amy, everyone tells me not to eat so late, but this is just
Ooh,
my
I
fucked
just
up eating habit.
Straight ignored that question.
What? My favorite viewer?
Yeah.
I like different viewers for different reasons.
Tell us some.
I feel like recently Miria's been really good with the kind of quirky, semi-trolly comments. Robbie seems fun. Ram obviously came to the rescue and saved me multiple times, so Ram has become a viewer IRL. Nez is my friend. She's not really a viewer. She doesn't really show up a lot of the times.
Fake friend.
I mean, like, this is just gonna turn into like an award show speech, and
Yeah.
who wants to?
People want to hear it.
Suzuku's been helping me out in real life too, really open and just always lending a hand and a car ride. And I will say I have a very tormented relationship with Linda. I'm not sure what's going on with Linda Mon, but
I don't know if Linda knows what's going on with Linda Mon.
haven't watched Dune. Probably won't. Jason S is also a little bit high on my semi-trolley list. Jason, are you Asian? Are you one of those like Asian wisecracks where in middle school you like gelled your hair a little bit and then you made the girls kind of swoon after you and then you got like mostly A's and then sometimes C's because you were a freaking asshole sometimes and the teachers love to hate you?
I want to add granola to that.
Were you one of those?
I'll leave some of this for you because I know you like it a lot too, Jim.
Thank you. Rudy, I'm afraid to say the truth because I feel like that it might hurt your feelings. So
What's the truth?
I'm gonna skip on that.
What's the truth?
Don't fan the flames, Aaron. You're not even
What
you
did-
don't have skin in the game.
What did Rudy do that that you're not willing to say?
Rudy just talks a lot about everything, and
Oh,
so it's
there's
very
nothing wrong
hard
with
for me to kind of synthesize it all. But Rudy feels like Rudy has a lot of hot buttons that I might be pressing at any given time, that my lives could potentially be a third of the time very triggering for Rudy. And Rudy is very involved in the comments.
Okay.
Do you want me to stop? You just gave me that look with your eyeballs where you're like, are you sure you
just
want to
don't-
continue there?
Like, is it stuff like political stuff? Like, is he an anti-vaxxer?
No.
Pro-vaxxer?
No. I don't think so.
Okay. So
Listen, if you guys are asking me, I'm not gonna fucking lie to you, so just be sure that you're prepared for me to say the worst and the best. And then we're fine. But if not, y'all are gonna hate me.
How many
and then
buttons do you have, June?
I have a lot. I'm covered.
No, you're gone. Only buttons.
There are no winners, there are only losers, Ram.
How many buttons does Fred have?
What?
How many buttons does Fred have? Press one of them. He was so confused by that. This is so good. We've talked about this before, but free advertisement for Nature's Path. This is the best thing Nature's Path makes. It is incredibly delicious.
The espresso vanilla cream
Yes.
one? Yeah, it's pretty good. Unfortunately, in their berry granola, I found pieces that nearly broke my tooth, and I sent it in, and they said it was hardened date sugar, but I don't believe it. It didn't taste sweet at all. It kind of looked like a walnut fragment that felt like bone.
If you let it sit in your mouth, it should have melted if it was sugar, right?
Robbie, I'm very glad that you are screaming.
What does that mean? Is that like the thing people say on Twitter when they're like,
Yes, I am screaming.
yeah, it's like
They're
it's
hollering.
a Twitter thing.
They're laughing so hard. Wasn't the mayor's wife from the Powerpuff Girls like really hot? Didn't we only see her legs? That was really sexually objectifying from a very young age, I just realized.
Was the mayor hot?
Jacqueline, I don't remember getting annoyed as hell at you that one time when you said you liked Aaron's sarcasm, but I believe you. Listen, I do not play favorites, okay? I don't know any of you. I don't know any of you. I know some of you in real life, but I don't know you. So. You know, I really like Johnny Bravo. I liked how dumb he was. That was a little bit feminist of a show, no? The relativity of his lack of brain cells against the women who were just like, fuck you, creep, go away. I thought that was kind of empowering. It taught me how to say no. Still leftovers. Not very interesting, sorry y'all. I made this mush on lives yesterday, no, 2 days ago? 2 days ago and 3 days ago. Rudy, I didn't mean to hurt you, but y'all asked, and I don't hold back. This is why I fully acknowledge that when you criticize me in the comments, that I should be game enough to take it. If I can dish it, I gotta take it. This episode was one of the 35% episodes that trigger Rudy. Sorry, Rudy. Mush never smells bad. If it smells bad, it means you double dipped and or stored it in a container that wasn't clean. They were wondering if you were sleeping, buddy. You're looking a little pudge pudge. Looking a little pudge pudge.
Just walked into Sam's Fortress, and it is getting a little bit back.
Sorry. Sorry for minimizing you. I'm just guessing. I don't know you. I don't know you. I have figments of my imagination floating around into a semi-cohesive blurb when you ask me these questions about yourselves. How am I supposed to answer? Oh my god, Jason. Oh my god. How much gel did you use? Was it like shiny? Was it spiky? Did you ever use that kind of gel that like flaked into whiteness? I do feel like I am a slightly better person since Fred came into my life. I knew going on this live would be a bad idea because then I would get sucked into the comments and eating forever and not listening to the tapes, which I have to listen to the tapes. I've set myself deadlines. I need to follow through. But y'all make it really impossible. Aaron, I like this chocolate, but you're right, it is kind of spicy. I can't play the tapes for you all. I have to plug in headphones because the remaining tape player that works doesn't have speakerphones. So unfortunately, it's going to be really boring when I start listening to the tapes. You can't hear anything. She didn't get the gold scissors back. I bought another pair. Noreen, let's not sugarcoat anything. I pay attention to all of you. Not playing favorites here. And do not use the word like so lightly with me. Have you seen how many people I follow on Instagram? I don't like any of their posts. I just don't like things. But me not liking you doesn't mean I dislike you. Just means I'm neutral. Emily says, these lives are just one big odd eating disordered binge of not so tasty food with a MSG consistency. It's been sad to watch. So why are you still watching?
Somebody says they hate watching your lives.
Emily said these lives are just one big odd eating disordered binge of not so tasty food with MSG consistency. It's been sad to watch.
Oh yeah, Jesus Christ! Do something else with your life then. What?
Please,
what do
by
you
all
do?
means,
Yeah.
it makes me sad to read that comment. If you're not enjoying these lives and it's bringing more sadness into your life,
There's
why would you
an
stay?
infinite variety of other things you could be doing right now. Go do them.
mean, even if it is a binge and an eating disordered portrayal of my diet, also the fact that Emily put MSG consistency in there sounds a bit racist to me. Okay, I get binging is not great. Eating disorders are not great. What's wrong with MSG though? I also don't eat MSG every day. So, valid, invalid comment proportions on that dissection. I'm an English lit major. I will dissolve every single word you use and try to project onto you what I think you are. And I think you might be a little racist, Emily. MSG is an Asian thing. A Japanese biochemist invented it. Well, hold up. The additive powder formed MSG, which you can sprinkle on like salt, was invented by a Japanese biochemist, but monosodium glutamate, aka MSG, occurs naturally in many sorts of foods, including tomato, parmesan, seafood, meats. It is a basic amino acid glutamate, which means MSG is already inside of our bodies too. You are made of MSG. Don't be scared of it, lest you be scared of yourself, which we all are, but don't. She got auto-corrected? Did she say so? How do we know? Well, mush consistency, I guess, is less racist. If she did say mush consistency, Emily, I'm sorry for misreading your typo. But also, I'm sorry that these lives don't bring you happiness or company that you like. And I really do wish that you can find other lives that bring you more happiness. I just want you to be happier than I found you. And if I am not giving you that happiness, I'm sorry, and I hope you can find it elsewhere. There. Are we all good now? I don't want to get too bitchy today, just a little bit bitchy, please. No need to attack with words like GTFO. I'm just discussing though. It obviously makes me feel bad if I'm making things harder for someone. That's all. So I'm gonna get defensive about it too, in real time. But I know that y'all can be very protective of each other and of me, but I would just like to remind you that I am a grown-ass woman. I'm 32. I can defend myself, and I like to play with the comments sometimes, so no need to, like, all gang up at the same time. Like, trickle it, you know? We don't want to turn into Twitter here, please. I'm trying to, like, finesse a different sort of environment for the internet, if it's at all possible. Yes, we know. Emily meant mush. She meant mush. My last name is pronounced Xie. And if you say it twice, it means thank you in Chinese. Hi, Dubai. Ursi Faye says maybe Emily was responding to June saying if I can dish it out, I need to be able to take it. I don't know, it's hard to read tone and intent sometimes. Absolutely. We're on the internet. We're just like speeding comments going up and down the page. I don't know what the intent was. I'm just responding to it, which means there is flexibility in interpretation. I could be wrong in interpreting. She could be wrong in typing it out in the way that she typed it out. Like, for example, if MSG was meant to be mush, that's a typo, a literal typo. Human communication is really hard. So I don't want to like shut anyone down immediately, but you know, I'm starting to feel safe enough in this space where I'm just like, maybe I can get a little cheeky and attacky. Maybe I can take a little treat for myself from these lives. For some reason, I'm not seeing Emily's comments anymore. So if you guys are, I don't know what's happening. Yes, I agree, Jason. Let us all give her benefit of the mush. Oh, so your criticism of your company when you have better benefits than the majority. It's sad. You don't make me sad. I'm not that invested. I think I can still criticize Hearst because they've been very anti-union. Just because they give me better bereavement benefits doesn't qualify them to be let off the hook for all the other terrible shit that they do. Am I thankful that I have a month of bereavement? Absolutely. Like, fucking absolutely. I cannot imagine what my life would have been like without this month of bereavement. However, how do you explain a company, our union has close to 500 people in it. How do you explain that most of these people never get any raises? No yearly raises. Some people don't get raises for 2 or 3 years or even more. There were stories of people who worked for 4 to 7 years and got 2 raises total. Job creep is real. Our job responsibilities increase. It is not written on paper. A lot of people don't even have formal job descriptions, which the company has rebutted us so many times during bargaining sessions, refusing to give us written job descriptions. Why? Because it facilitates them to give us more work without paying us more. On the whole, it's pretty not good. That's why most of the company wants to unionize. If the workers want to unionize and the company is saying no, the company is saying you don't deserve better. It's very patronizing, it's very capitalistic, it's very abusive, it's very exploitative. Most corporations run this way. If we don't unionize, unions on the whole across industries will be weaker. If we manage to unionize Hearst magazines, it will be a huge media union. Currently at the New York Times, they are also anti-union. They are refusing to give Wirecutter, I believe, bargaining dates. So the New York Times is pretty shit too. I'm not singling out my employer as the single shitlord. I'm saying this industry is rife with shitlords. I'm just saying that the workers are unionizing, the companies are resisting, therefore, the companies do not care for the workers the way they say they care for the workers. I will still take my fucking 1 month of bereavement leave though. That's fantastic. Thank you. But just because you give me one meal doesn't mean I'm not gonna be hungry for the rest of the year. Never mind that iceberg lettuce is $3.49 a head right now. How am I supposed to afford iceberg if I don't get a raise to match the inflation? God. Unions gave us weekends. Before unions, we had no weekends. Things we take for granted come out of unions. If we stop unionizing, then we stop improving quality of life. Why is it that our productivity and output has increased, but our quality of life has been stagnant? If we have created all these forms of technologies to supposedly make our lives easier and better, shouldn't that mean that we work less? But rather than working less, we are working more. There is no ceiling to accomplishment. There is no ceiling to profit. There is no ceiling to productivity. We will always fucking want more, especially when the corporations can keep squeezing you out for more. They will. So at some point, we gotta say, ayo, we don't wanna be squeezed no more. We would like to breathe. We would like to have weekends. We would like to work the 35 hours that you're paying us for rather than the 60 hours that you don't pay us for. I think that sounds fair. But fair is not a word in the vocabulary. Wow. Are we still going after Emily and now accidentally two Emilys? Imagine if we used all this effort to go after each other, to go after, like, I don't know, the people not giving us healthcare and using our tax monies on war instead, killing random people halfway across the world that we don't even know. And then they try to cover it up and tell us none of that shit happened. And then somebody blows the whistle and be like, hey, actually, y'all killed a lot of people. And then they chase after that whistleblower and jail him. And then close up the curtain and say, never mind, don't worry about it. It's all good. I'm not sitting in a squat position right now. I'm sitting cross-legged right now. Eventually, my legs go numb and they fall asleep if I squat too long. Next step of the house? I don't know. Trying to sell it, I guess. They say I've hit a frigid time in selling houses, so who knows how long this is gonna take. Yes, much healthier than yesterday. The booster effects have probably wore off about 95%. Currently in New York, you don't need to have any sort of chronic conditions or qualifications to get the booster. It is available for everyone. So I don't know what state or country you are in, but in New York, it is recommended for everyone, I think above 18 years old. Brenda, fun fact, I do gain weight. I've just decided to stop fucking caring about it sometimes. Yes, they are saying 6 months after your second shot of the vaccine is a booster time. I got Pfizer this time. So my first 2 shots were Moderna, and apparently people were recommending that you get a different one. So I got Pfizer. Aaron got Pfizer for his first 2, so he got Moderna. It's like collect all the vaccines time. Okay, Rudy, that's not what I intended, but I guess I'll see ya. Or not. Unfortunately, you are reading more into my words than I said. I didn't say I didn't want you. I said you were very active in chat. How you project what I said is on you. Anyway, door's always open. This is why people find it very hard to be honest, right? Because you get blowback. Because people have triggers. I'm saying it because people have triggers. People have insecurities, myself included. So every time you tangentially even touch those triggers, they read into it, it flares up their insecurity, and then they will take your words and drag it out to hurt themselves. I knew you wouldn't like what I had to say because I knew it would come off as a criticism. And it did, I guess. It's kind of like the Oedipus Rex tragedy, you know? He had the prophecy that he would sleep with his mom and kill his dad, so he was like, uh-oh. So he goes far, 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 far out to escape that fate. And then he ends up fucking his mom and killing his dad anyway in the end. I'm not going to argue with you. Listen, y'all can thank Aaron for this because Aaron really likes to spill the gasoline on the low lit match. So,
What are you thanking me for, dude?
Rudy is leaving the lives forever now.
Why?
Because of what I said.
That he has buttons? Is that it? Because you said he had buttons?
Why don't you ask Rudy? I don't wanna, I'm done with this conversation now. Jesus Christ. Aaron, I fucking hate you sometimes.
Okay.
Aaron likes to do these things where he starts the trouble and then he runs away and takes no responsibility.
I don't know what you're talking about. I asked for your favorite music.
Wow, the comments are a shit show right now. My bad. I've ruined it all. The first time Aaron and I took a trip with Nez, our in real life friend, I blew up on her and fought and made her cry. And that was like a rite of passage. In real life, I can be a very emotionally abusive person, verbally abusive as well. So if we're gonna have a relationship, you're definitely gonna cry because I'm a bitch. That's all. Fred, what do you think? Do you think I'm a bitch too? Yeah, okay, I thought so. Angela, what trip? Oh, it was the last trip we took before the pandemic shutdown happened. We went to Vegas to meet our friend Wander Sauce, whose real name is Chris. He's like a food wizard. And it was fun, but the first night was very fighty. It gives me great relief to be able to show you my bad sides because then there's less pressure on me to maintain a veneer of a perfect-ish person. We got the drugs. Sorry, guys. Do you want some drugs? It's right there. Smell the drug. Smell it. You don't want it? You don't want the drugs, Freddie?
Check that out. This could be useful. You ever been walking around outside and seen a manhole cover? This could be useful. Oh, yeah. It was convenient to set this up.
Do you want a treat? Can't give you too much, Freddie. You're gonna throw up. Bye, Heather. He has 3 teeth. Linda, I don't remember what word I used. I have short-term memory loss these days. Yes, he was litter box trained. We were very surprised. He knew exactly what it was and where to go. Are you just gonna stare at me forever, Fred? Chat, I'm gonna need to grab some chargers and the cassette player to do my job that I set for myself to do. But in the meantime, would you guys like to share why you like to watch these lives? I've had Fred since March, and I kind of like mozzarella and a grilled cheese in combination with other cheeses. Some people don't have bathrooms in their apartments. I've seen apartments in Hell's Kitchen before that had like one bathroom per floor, and your room would literally be like the size of a walk-in closet. Are there people who watch these lives who haven't seen me do budget eats? Are there people who watch these lives who like only know me as June from live stream? Wow. I'm an Asian who's lactose intolerant, and I digest cheese pretty well. I think Freddie brought in like 29,000 for sure. Oh man, Robbie, you an OG. Wow. You found me on Wolo? That is also very OG. Wow. Donna, it's funny that you say that because I started these lives because I was lonely. I do use my camera for Delish videos for my personal stuff, but not for live streaming because I don't have the setup necessary to use that camera as a live streaming camera. It's also just very easy for me to put it on my cell phone. Granola is very dangerous for me to have. There's like a quarter cup left in here. Aaron,
Yeah.
granola is very dangerous for me to have.
Okay. Are you saying it's for me or something?
No, it's definitely for me.
Okay. Well, then I can't. I think someone said it was a boss later on. And then, with the three totems and such, you figure out this for each totem. This is your exact same way it works. You don't want to fight anything else.
Wow, it only took me an hour and 20 minutes to start doing the thing that I thought I was gonna do. Yep. Jason, I need a subscription to Only Utensils. Where can I get my fix on that? Is that like an invite only? And if so, can you invite me, please?
Yeah. Right. 3504.
The thing is, even though I'm gonna start listening to tapes now, I still need snacks.
Yeah, so on Reddit they were saying like that this that there's a
Who wants to do a read on me now? I love it. I'm so narcissistic. I love it when people analyze me. So I welcome it. You're welcome to say all the realest, meanest things to me too. So just lay it on heavy. Budget Eats definitely made me famous. That's the one that gets the most eyeballs for sure. Oh, this is Dad. This is Dad speaking as a way of remembering what he wants to write. I only know that I'm a Libra and a snake. I don't know the finer analysis. I don't think I fake my smiles for Budget Eats. But unfortunately, because I do it for the camera, I think I unconsciously or subconsciously do smile more. Obviously, if you watch these lives, you probably noticed by now that I'm a different person. I don't think I would win Chopped, is the thing. I don't think I'm that good. I think I know how to play with ingredients, but I don't really think my food tastes that great all the time. I think out of the two of us, Aaron is the better cook. Like, his food consistently comes out good tasting. I would say half of my stuff, or even more, is unedible. Not inedible, because it's not poisonous, but it is unedible in the sense that you probably don't want to eat it. I definitely can dish it out, but I can't take it. You are accurate. There's like a lot of cluttering. Okay. 大规模的民族国家. For you Chinese speakers out there, that's what Dad just said. Prep work in terms of budget eats, they're 12 to 16-hour days. I don't really think about the recipes as much as I have to finagle trying to schedule how much time to set aside to shoot a meal, how many meals I can squish into that day, how many days I have to film. Usually it's 5, but I try to do less sometimes. Doesn't always work out. It's very draining. Aaron and I are both cooks. I'm just a professional cook in that I make money off of it. Aaron just cooks for fun. I do hate asking for help, but since Mom died, I have no shame and no fear in asking for help anymore. Because Mom has showed me that's one way you will die faster, is by not asking for help. I took my vitamins, thank you. What do you do in your job when you're not video producing? I test recipes. I make recipes. I write recipes. I pitch ideas, recipes. It's a lot of recipes. Neither one of us has nice knife skills. Nando's? Aaron! Jason S. from chat is getting Nando's.
He's getting Nando's?
He's getting Nando's. Isn't that your favorite place?
It's my favorite place ever, yeah. It's good taste.
Kathy, you have 10 grandchildren? Holy schmoly. Well, thankfully, I haven't been home much when I was in the deepest of my grief sessions because I had to stay over at Mom's for a very long time to sort through shit. So Fred definitely witnessed me being very, 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 very sad and depressed, but I wasn't really here for a lot of that really dark period. I would say the first 3 weeks were the roughest. Okay, Melissa, I'm ready for the yes or no's. Holly, yes, I can eat 5 sleeves of digestives a day. How did I get into my job? I've spoken about this before. I applied to Delish once after 4.5 years of restaurant work, didn't get accepted, and I applied again after doing an internship for a food writer, dropped her name into my second cover letter, and I got an interview because connections. Yes, I have had boiled peanuts. Recipe making depends on the recipe writer. Some people can concoct it out of nowhere, and then they test it, and they finalize it, and change it, and tweak it. How I started at Delish, I was told to basically read a lot of the same types of recipes because we were generating SEO recipes. I was told to read like the first page of recipes available online, and then to try to basically like mimic it, but not plagiarize it. So fun fact, you can't actually copyright recipes. You can copyright the diction and the wording that you use and the instructions of the recipe, but you can't copy like a formula of ingredients. You can't copyright that. So despite not being able to copyright recipes, we obviously still don't want to just plagiarize someone's things. I've been told by other food recipe developers that you have to change 3 items and that makes it a new recipe. It's all kind of bullshit, right?
Yeah,
民主运动, democracy movement. Sounds like an interview. Shohei We don't have motivation, this tape is saying. And now we use money as stimulus to agitate us. I haven't seen Mark Bittman in a while. I used to like him, but I don't know what he is like now anymore. Dad has requested that I keep some tapes for him, so I'm just listening to the contents. And I'm deciding if I'm gonna keep it in my pile, his pile, or the trash. Ooh, that's fun. They're talking about how workers are striking, so they have to raise workers' prices, like salary prices. But in order to make the same kind of profit, they also have to increase the product prices. Sounds boring. I've eaten too much seaweed before, and all it did to me was give me black poop. I'm not sure about iodine poisoning, but maybe other people out there know this answer. Donna, how did you like your cold water start pasta? Did you notice a difference? This is Dad's handwriting. I can't really read it. It's very big and squiggly. Blue names are moderators. Mods. New York, kind of over-romanticized. I wouldn't say completely over-romanticized. It is very nice. "多元性与开放性同等重要." I don't know what 多元性 is, unfortunately. Sounds like Dad's talking about diversity. I love listening to Dad say 逗号句号逗号句号 which means comma, period, comma, period. Dad's a writer. I'm also surprised that Dad wants these. Multi-dimensional. 多元化. Hmm. Wow, he just put discussions in scare quotes. Wow. His last sentence was about recognizing how there's a... This is a little too deep for me. I think this is turning into ontology. Oh God, I can't even say that word. Ontology of language. That is getting too deep in those murky ass philosophical waters for me. He wasn't mad in the pic, guys. I think he looks quite handsome in the thumbnail pic. Why do you think he was mad? That's it. That's just his face. You know how in middle school I had a fellow 8th grader come up to me and say, "June, why do you look so mad all the time?" And it's like, that's just our faces, guys. We have resting bitch face syndrome, okay? That's Dad's at peace bedroom eye face. I don't know. I thought he looked quite dashing in that photo. I thought that photo was an amazing photo, by the way. That's probably like my favorite photo of the two of us. Anybody knows what Dad wrote here? Because I don't know what he wrote here. I'm always whining. If you want me to stop whining, you should definitely just not watch these lives. Because all these lives is whine, whine, whine. Have you done collabs with popular creators that you just didn't vibe with the entire time off camera? Sam, how many collabs have I done with popular creators? Okay, this is another Dad tape, but unfortunately the tape is so distorted. His voice sounds like this, and it is very scary.也就是说，把有血有肉的人 something something something. Alright, sorry Dad, this one's going in the trash. I don't know what this one is. But it is trash. I'm so happy to be getting rid of some tapes though, there's just too many. Oh, Carla was really nice. Carla was very, very nice to me at the event. She seems as chill as she does on camera. Dad looks tired in the photo because he usually wears glasses, and and his glasses are really thick. So when he takes his glasses off,
I brought you a friend.
his entire eyeball. You brought him to me?
Yeah.
His entire eyeball just looks drained. He looks very different with glasses on. I can't tell if that's Dad because it's very distorted and it sounds like this. But it was talking about the development of a tree. Binging with Babish. Babish was really nice. Nick was also really nice. Like, to be honest with you, Nick DiGiovanni, I didn't really know him because I don't watch TV or TikTok. And I read his resume and I was like, wow, this dude's like so young and so famous, he's gonna be an asshole. But he was actually really fucking sweet the entire time. I was surprised. So I haven't worked with anyone that I didn't vibe with off camera. Binging with Babish was really nice too, so. But to be honest, those 10 question shows take approximately 8 to 15 minutes to film. So it's not like we had much time to bond and talk about our childhood traumas, you know? Dad's talking about cultural and generational gaps, how young people in 20, 30 years will discover that their ways of thought are laggy. Realism. Anything that is an ism is not reality and is therefore abstracted. That's definitely fucking Dad. This is by far my favorite labeling. Did Mark Fisher die? Aaron, did Mark Fisher die?
Yes, Mark Fisher is dead. Yeah, I guess it'll be damaged. I thought it said.
Dad's talking about religion now. I know I look like my dad. I hate it. Why can't I look like my mom more?
So what's he gonna do without legs? She found that a skeleton? Yeah, it does zoom in on him. It's like, hey, coming off the legs though. He looks like a dude. Are you gonna
He was saying, maybe I can put it this way, the way people flock to religion in society, could it be that that is their way of manifesting their desire to be in a societal herd? Blah, 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 blah. It's really hard to be translating these things because it's kind of academic speak. It's not really colloquial language. Talking about trust in society and how our tendency to trust society comes from our need to, I've lost it, probably to be in a herd of some sort. We all rely on this sense of societal justice. We can imagine that after the trust in society has been ruined, gotta listen to it again. After society's trust has been broken, sheepalism, I'm gonna call it, will still persist. But it often takes on a new pattern of behavior. It's no longer societal trust, it is trust between individuals. I think his writing is for himself. He always writes for himself. When Dad talks about how societal trust has been broken and it still persists, but no longer in the form of societal trust, but rather in the relationships that people entrust between individuals, it has made me think of both the events that unfolded after all of the police brutality and the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement, and also our entire experiences throughout the pandemic that unveiled all of the societal injustices. It really seems, I mean, these tapes are probably from the 80s or 90s. It really does seem like we have flocked to individual connections, right? We have started building smaller and smaller communities that are more localized so that we can have mutual aid instead of reliance on this behemoth global justice, which we have now seen to not exist.
Holy, dude,
Yes, commune. Oh, this one is edible. Not edible. This one is legible. I still don't know what it means though. 牛 something 宝土宝 something 春之 something something 主题. All right. Well, the last two words means thesis. There. That shows you how illiterate I am. Wow. Dad's talking about how his sense of loss makes him feel as if somebody has hollowed him out. Human composting? Sure, why not?
You don't even want to shoot it because maybe you just sort of like so much.
I just caught comma from this point on. Never to listen again to my own death date. Okay, Dad. This is a very dark tape. So Fred was found in Ozone Park in Queens. He was found by Puppy Kitty NYC, and he had a foster for maybe about 3 months before we got him. Dad watches these lives. He definitely knows I'm listening. In fact, I asked him if he wants to keep them. And he said, yes, if it has you or your mom's voice on it. Yes, if it's me with my writing. No, if it's other people or music. He's talking about drifting on a river for a very long time. This is definitely the darkest tape I've ever heard from Dad's collection. He sounds slower and more weighted too in this tape. All of his words are a little bit lagged, as if his brain has slowed down with depression. Just like how one person's language cannot not affect another person. Case in point, what I said about Rudy earlier. no matter how neutral I thought it would sound or not, it is bound to have an effect. He will see those two shadows against the darkened background. Bye, Michelle Diane. Huh. He's talking about the masochistic nature of the Yangtze River. Once you set up the circulation of a system, it can no longer be broken. It doesn't help that I'm jumping around in this tape, but this sounds way too deep for my brain to process in my mother tongue but no longer superior language. My English is better than my Chinese. Objective judge.
Yeah, I just started sprinting away.
The natural psychological response is to ask for the other to pay their debt. What the fuck is this tape? Oriental jealousy. Red eye disease. I think that's actually red eyes is a way to say envy in Chinese. So envy disease. These are dictation tapes for when he was writing books. Whether you call it jealousy or envy. Yes. Or whether you acknowledge that what will be committed wrongfully will be committed. Alright, we're back to the masochism of the Yangtze River. That was a very heavy tape. I'm gonna write this as Dad's dark writings. Yangtze's masochism. Can anyone back me up? Is Huanghe, aka Yellow River, the Yangtze? I think it is. I don't know why English has such a different word for that river. What is Huanghe? What is Yellow River in English? Oh. We got yeses and nos. Alright, let me just look this up. Huang. Okay, it's not. Is it actually? So Wikipedia says it is just Yellow River. I thought there was another name for Yellow River. Is it literally? Okay, I guess it is. It's literally translated. Yellow River, second largest river in China after the Yangtze River, and the sixth longest river system in the world. Its basin was the birthplace of ancient Chinese civilization and the most prosperous region in early Chinese history. Frequent devastating floods. Okay, there we go. We are all more educated now. So I have a guess that this tape was actually a really important tape. And now I have to correct it because it is not Huanghe. Or rather, it is not Yangtze. It is Huanghe. Huang. Okay. If you Wikipedia river elegy, if you just Wikipedia river elegy, you'll find out why I think this tape was pretty important in my dad's writing era. These tapes were probably in the 80s, if I have to guess. Wow, this case just fell apart. There's a difference between when you face something in particular and when you face the environment. If you just print something in a normal book format, it won't engender the type of response that will be earth shifting. Because the forcefulness of it is weak. If you fill a hall with all of it, even if you don't read it, you've already entered that space in a few seconds. Dad's talking with another person and the other person says, but I think the forcefulness comes from behavior. Dad says, but I think first impressions matter the most. Bye, Donna. Other people will come into contact with your materials before accepting your ideas. But you are the opposite. You first encounter your ideas and then you put them down in materials. I think he's talking about written works as materials. Rejection is a form of acceptance. By the luck. It's very meta conversation on written work, their effects on people, on society, on the self. He was talking about how the purpose of human civilization is to create more of these. I don't know what these is. And then he says that as you are a product of human civilization, how can you possibly write anything that will seek to annihilate or destroy these very things? I guess he's saying if you come out of this environment, there's nothing you can do that will destroy it. If anything, you are basically just amplifying it. Because you are yourself made out of the material that you are then using to criticize your environment. But how does the product of the environment criticize the environment itself? It's kind of, if you've read Derrida, it's like there is no outside text. You can't escape yourself. He says if you go into a black hole, that doesn't mean that that thing that went into the black hole disappeared. It simply disappeared from the human eyesight. I'm going to write this as Dad in conversation about social criticism and cultural materials. I've never watched the OA. Have you? I've been told I would like it, but I don't think I would. Why is it insanely good? Convince me. This tape is really slow, and I wonder what it would do if I put it into this tape that only plays at very fast speed. Yeah, very fast speed. I broke this one. Too fast. Can't have a medium. The darkness of having to live in contemporary times creates the stress of 伦理. I don't know what 伦理 is. I don't know how to translate that. 伦理. Ethics, yes. The pressures of ethics. Living in dark contemporary times creates the pressures and stresses of living under ethics. You're not wrong, Dad. The creation of ethics and the creation of science has the same origin out of society's need for them.
Yeah, we thought they were used for something.
The present is just like the past. If the hold of ethics does not take,
He also doesn't care. It's something that's not before so also
it will be lost because science cannot substitute in for ethics.
is it for an alternative?
However, we cannot detach from science in order to create ethics. Okay, Dad. Dad, on ethics and science. Hello. You've tuned in on a very boring live. Well, they're all boring, I understand, but I'm gonna save these cheese crunchies and I'm gonna move on to cheese. Our stinky cheese. We have 5 more tapes to sort through. Ugh. Whoops. Do you want some stinky cheese, Freddy?
Yeah, when you said that, I realized
Fred. Too stinky. How did your cat eat a foot-long piece of plastic? Wow. This cheese is so good with strawberry jam, y'all. Dad's talking about the drive to follow religion. He's saying these religions encourage people, especially the more fervent religions, push people to chase extremes with their lives. In a lot of situations, the result of this action is death. When Christianity was under major persecution in the Roman Empire, before it became the empire's formal religion, its followers basically committed to it to death willingly and rather joyfully. Let's analyze their motivation. They want to go to heaven. The religion believes that people of purity, after they die, can go into heaven. So for Christians, finding that religion and following that religion basically became their mode of existence. I'm pretty sure Dad wrote all of this or said all of these things before he became a Christian himself. When dream and reality merge, when the softness of dreams meet the hardness of reality. You gonna clean that up, Fred? You gonna clean that up? You have yogurt on the floor. Wow, rude. So Fred is not a huge fan of the skim Greek yogurt. This is the first time he is not finishing the yogurt. Aaron, our cat has good taste. Our cat has good taste.
Good.
He is refusing to eat the skim yogurt. Freddie says, get that shit away from me. What's cocoa wheats? Sounds like I would like it. think he's criticizing a movie here. From time to time, I still have the desire to read and see your words, but I've developed a fear of these words. Not a dislike. But rather in one aspect a desire to see it, and in another a fear. When people read your words, they might create a sort of misunderstanding. I think Dad is in conversation with someone here. Speaking of oats, I think it's time for me to eat some. Thank you for the reminder that I wanted to eat oats so that I can fart bomb Aaron. Aaron, are you ready to get oat farted tonight? We're gonna reuse this yogurt container because I don't want to wash more dishes. We're gonna start off with a small serving. Where did I put Mom's honey? Have you seen honey, Aaron? Did I leave it out on the counter? Did you put it away potentially? You don't remember if it's possible? Yes, you did. Can you just not put things away if you can't remember where you put them, please? I think that's fair. Does it distress you guys to see me bicker with Aaron? I feel like it distresses quite a number of you. Yes, tahini. But like, do other couples not bitter? Or bicker? Like, are you in a relationship with no bickering? Or do you just expect all relationships to not have bickering? I'm genuinely curious. I just don't quite know what people are commenting on, that we don't have a picture perfect relationship situation, or that I do it more than average. But then again, what is average? So we got oats, honey, blueberries, tahini, cinnamon. I just want to normalize real relationship dynamics. I mean, we have lived with each other for basically 10 years. That is longer than quite a few marriages out there, so. Your bickering with Aaron is not positive. Interesting. Is bickering ever positive? Lenny Corser says, I don't bicker with my husband in public. Which brings up an interesting point is, are these lies public or private? That really is the question, isn't it? It's about how we present ourselves in front of other people. If you don't bicker in public, do you bicker in private? And if so, why is there that distinction? It's not leading anywhere positive. But a lot of things in life don't. A lot of things in life aren't positive. So why would anyone only do things that are positive when the rest of the world is so not positive? Why are we as individuals expected to perform positivity at all times when the world fucking isn't? And please don't give me bullshit about how the world is brighter than I view it, because I don't think it is. I mean, Elizabeth, I don't think it's possible to do only positive actions in my relationship. If I can't only do positive things in real life, why would that extend to my relationships? Some people can ignore the world better than others. I have a friend who doesn't go into parts of the city where he's more likely to meet unhappy scenarios. More people panhandling, begging, homeless, or, seedier places where you have barely closeted prostitution going on. But just because you avoid it doesn't mean it's not there, right? Aaron doesn't bicker back. And this is actually a facet of our relationship that encouraged me to end the relationship. Because I need a partner who can bicker back with me. I have definitely felt contempt in my relationship before. For sure. I can't deny that. Bickering doesn't get me and Aaron the same place in our relationship. Bickering and seeing how my partner reacts to bickering deepens my understanding of our relationship, myself, and the other person over time. Bickering is a facet of the relationship in which we evolve with each other. However, because Aaron doesn't bicker with me back, I can't evolve with him. It creates a greater distance. I find that a partner who does not bicker back with me is basically refusing to communicate with me on some level. Whether it be that he thinks he's too good for bickering, which then creates distance between his self-perception and his perception of me, or because he is timid and afraid of what it would mean to bicker with his partner. And that kind of fear also creates a distance in which he is unable to be vulnerable with me on a level that I want him to be. In both of these scenarios, there is a distance that grows. So I need a partner that can close that distance through time, through disagreement, through arguments, and through level-headed talking and sharing and vulnerability. And it also requires my partner to be obtaining a level of self-awareness in order for him to bicker not at me but with me. I mean, it could be a cultural difference. I don't know, right? Aaron and I are from different cultures. That's a question I can't answer. I don't have the answer, rather. I can answer it, but I don't know if I'm right. Right. Sometimes he bickers back. But he chooses not to when he has control over the situation. And he likes to exert the control of zenness. He prizes himself on level-headedness. In comparison, I am way more tempered, female, emotional, mood swingy, hormonal. Cultural difference, gender difference, identity difference, sure, all of those. I don't know what healthy communication looks like. Is healthy communication always level-headed? What if I can't level-headedly communicate? Then is it better for me to forego communication totally? What's the order of preferred hierarchy here in terms of communication? I should dip in the lady pond. Maybe too many hormones. So, both Aaron and I were on debate teams when we were in high school. Maybe I used the bickering episodes as a way to exert dominance in a certain facet. And when the other player refuses to play, that forfeiture is a big letdown. Does that make sense? I'm not saying that's a healthy behavior. I'm just saying that's probably what my mind does. We're getting into very touchy territories here, so I'm expecting some comments to attack me, which is fine. I'm expecting you. So go ahead and say your mind. But, like, don't we all like control? Isn't that just an illusion that some people like control more than others? I think our desire for control manifests in different symptoms. I think for Aaron, his desire for control manifests in maintaining his zen. Therefore, he doesn't participate in the bickering as much as I hope he does. Because for him, the priority is to be zen, to be level-headed, to be reasonable, rational, and to be right. If he doesn't bicker and play my game, then he can remain in his game, and he can win his game. Once he participates in my game, he can very well lose the game. So unfortunately for me, he doesn't want to play my game. And for the relationship, when you don't play games together, well, I understand that not all forms of communication results in bickering or manifests in bickering, but I also want to validate bickering as a form of communication. Suzuku, I think that's it. I think our bickering, I think we just, maybe I've been using the phrase bickering, but I think we escalate to arguing pretty fast. I escalate very quickly. Because what my brain does is I take one instance, whether it be small or big to me at the time, and then I connect it to all previous instances that I feel like are all symptoms of the same problem. Then that for me highlights a central core problem in our interpersonal relationship. And once I make that connection of, oh, this has happened before, this is a big problem, it is a recurring problem, then I will blow it up. Because I want to solve that problem. Unfortunately for me, those problems are not always solvable. There are sometimes just no solutions. It could be an attack. You think that me telling him not to put stuff away unless he remembers where he puts it doesn't seem fair? From my point of view, he chose to relocate my thing because he thinks it was in his way or not conforming to what he wants the apartment to look like. He then moved my thing without asking me to a location just so that he could get it out of the way because it was an eyesore for him. And then he didn't take the care to remember where he relocated it because he didn't care enough about my thing. That's from my perspective. I could be off. But for me, that is a slight personal offense because it shows that he has no respect for me or my things enough to remember where he took it to. That's my perspective. It could be wrong. But that's why I got offended. And that's why I told him, please don't move my things unless you can remember where you put them. This is not the first time though, this is a pattern. Aaron likes the apartment very organized and neat, so I know very much that it is killing him that I have mom's things up the wahoo in here in our 490 square feet. He's been very patient with me, and he's been allowing me to work through all of this with the clutter and the mess because I just don't have the energy to declutter mom's house and reorganize my tiny apartment with all of these contents. However, even before mom died, there were a lot of times where my messy but clean habits got in the way of his dirty but organized habits, and he would just either throw pieces of scraps away that he thought were useless, or he would relocate them to make them less cluttery on the outside. This has been a recurring issue for me because I find it disrespectful. It is a shared space. I understand he wants things organized and neat, but I also need my space, and my brain works better when there is clutter because I can see everything. So this is a fundamental disagreement in our relationship, and it has been for a while. That's the context. There's a lot of reasons why we are still living together. My question for you is, do you live in New York? I'm just gonna say that I keep reading the comment from And So It Goes, and the comment says, it was just in his way, so he moved it. It is not you. He loves you. Guys don't think like we females do. I haven't put my finger on why I don't like that comment yet, but I don't like it. Maybe because the last part is making me feel very lumped together by gender. It's hard to say if our situations were different, will we still be in this situation? Probably not. If the circumstances change, then so does the situation. June, how come you don't get a maid? It might help. Or a storage unit. I have resolved that no matter how rich I get, I will never ever ever get maids. I want to be in touch with how disgusting I am as a human being. I think it is fundamental to me being me. Also, storage units, we looked into it. They're very expensive. It is probably more worth the price for us to get a bigger apartment. And it'll probably bring us more sanity. Also, if we got separate housing, who does Fred go to? Who? Do we like this conversation, or are people feeling very uncomfortable? In which case, good. Do you harbor any resentment that Aaron hasn't done enough of something regarding all the tasks of managing your mom's affairs? Yes and no. Yes and no. But I've gotten more than enough support from other friends, and it would not be fair for me to expect anyone to provide more than what they are willing or able to provide. So I respect that. This is what I think is a little bit misleading about our societal narrative concerning what our significant other should bring to our lives. I think we place undue pressure on significant others to do a lot of things. Rochi. Didn't catch him. And it's something that I've rethought in maybe just the recent 2 or 3 years. And this is why it is important for us to find friends outside of our significant other who can help us in different scenarios. Because one person is still just one person. They can't do all of that shit all the time. It's a full-time job to take care of another person. So I think my mom especially had this idea of who her husband, her significant other should have been and what they would have provided for her had they been the ideal candidate, and she was searching for the ideal candidate her whole life, and I don't think she found him. And I think that broke her. And I've learned from her example to not have such lofty expectations towards people, be it one individual or a whole society of them. It is impossible to find that ideal person. And so I lower my expectations when it comes to people, to friends, because if I can't handle all this pressure all the time, who am I to expect another person to do justice? Sometimes it makes me uncomfortable the way you speak to Aaron. Yes, Aaron would say him too. I've realized that I am a worse person when I am in a relationship. Maybe I am my father's daughter after all. Maybe there's no doubt about that. Have a good Friendsgiving, Caddy. All conversations make me sad. It's not the conversation, it's me. But I've learned to not be afraid of myself or sadness. Is this a weakness in human construction? That it be clear that they can't reach the state of Buddha or that state of desired spirituality. But they still desire to seek out a divine way as guidance. So that the little me can follow along in the greater societal's orders. And not what the big I demands. Just realized that a lot of Dad's tapes have to do with me and society, huh? The self in society. And what it signifies. I'd like to visit Dad. He's not too far away. Now that Mom's gone, I only have one parent left. No more sides to pick. Oh yeah, this sounds like a younger Dad. I don't know what this says. A lot more vigor in his speech. A lot more speed. A lot more confidence. I'm feeling fine after the booster. The first day was shit. I think even if it weren't low res, you still would be able to decipher his handwriting. Anti-traditionalism has not achieved its goal. That's it, Dad? No more? Oh. That was the end of the tape. What a banger to go out on. Title: Should we modernize? Question mark. New line. Chinese civilization and the world. Since the Opium Wars, China has been gradually walking towards modernization. This live isn't forever. It's not even 3.5 hours yet. Did you not see the one where I was shredding things for 5.5 hours? Once we did that live, no other lives will ever seem long again unless I do like 8 hours. Oh yeah, this is pretty boring. He's talking about modernization and industrialization and very sociological. Is exactly right. I need me some more of that philosophical shit. But you go, Dad. You go. I think that's all the tapes that we have. So now you are welcome to leave, watch me eat more oatmeal, or ask me more questions that can make me cry. I like crying. Look at this hot babe. We are all turning on our male gaze right now, and we were all just gonna admire this hot babe. Wow. I don't know why they needed to sell the inside of a cassette jacket with a hot babe, but you know, kind of glad they did. 'Cause now we're all staring at a hot babe. Do you think she's still alive today? Jasmine, is she okay? Who are you attracted to? Tell us, who's a 10 in your world if this is just okay? Wow. We're not calling Julie again if I can help it. I wouldn't even call Julie if I went to hell. I might see her there. Yikes. I guess I will try harder to get into heaven now. Are you going to sleep yet? So we bought these blueberries on sale. I'm gonna eat more of them because they might start getting moldy. We got like 2 of these containers for $1. Yep, some of them are already turning moldy. All right, we're gonna eat these blueberries super fast, Aaron. They're turning bad. Okay, I'll wash them. How small? Okay. Yes, once again, we live in 490 square foot. There is no door except on the bathroom and the 3 closets, so Aaron can hear everything. When I was seeing a therapist during work from home this February, Aaron heard everything. It was very awkward and very awful because Aaron reacted to something that I had said in that therapy session when I had said it in the therapy session, and my therapist was like, wait, he can hear? And I was like, yep, I'm just gonna be transparent and say what I gotta say. It is awkward, guys. Of course it's fucking awkward. But this is why I can say what I say on these lives that maybe most people don't say in front of absolute fucking strangers. Because I have been through a lot of awkward things in my life, and I am training myself to be okay with it. Because we tend to hide the awkwardness to save face for ourselves so that we can think that we are conforming to other people's definition of what normal is, so that we can feel a little bit more sane and validated, because we want to have these ideals of who people should be if they were good people. I'm just here to say, fuck good, because that's an ideal. It does not exist in reality. Good is something that you do from instance to instance. It is not something that you are, period. Nobody can be good all the fucking time. I think Mom died trying to be good all the time. No joke. I think she died because she was trying to be a good person all the time. She burnt herself out. She was trying to be a great worker. She wanted to retire and her boss convinced her to not. She's, according to one of her coworkers, been trying to retire since like 8 years ago. I saw it on her computer, she submitted a formal letter of resignation in 2018. Like a full-on page-and-a-half single-space Chinese character resignation letter. She was still working at the time of her death. She was trying to be a good worker. She was trying to be a good housekeeper, but she hated housework. She was gardening and cooking for my grandma, and she was trying to be a good daughter who in the Chinese culture is responsible for taking care of their parent in their parents' old age. She was trying to keep grandma alive for as long as she possibly could by giving grandma homemade meals with limited sodium intake and low sugar, because grandma has high blood pressure and is pre-diabetic because grandma's fucking 93. It is insane how much my mom tried to be good. It is immense, the pressure that she put on herself to be good. Good is a value and an abstract idea that can kill you. And I think that's what my dad was talking about too on the tape that we just heard, about how some people chase after a religious ideal of a higher calling, of a divine way of living, and they willingly die for that ideal because they think there is a afterlife, a reward, a heaven waiting for them. I don't know what kind of afterlife or reward my mom was seeking and trying to be good all the time. Maybe she was just brainwashed with socialized education when she grew up, into thinking that this was who she was supposed to be, and she was just taught to be good. But you can't be good. You can't be good all the time. And anyone who tells you that you can be good all the time is trying to get fucking something from you. Anyone who makes you feel bad about being bad, I don't know what they're trying to do. But they haven't really thought much about what it means to be good. I think Mom was already lost, Julie. If you have no sense of self beyond serving others, you have already lost yourself. Fuck, man. Even Jesus was like crying the night before he was due to be crucified and being like, yo, God, what the fuck? Why are you putting me through this shit? Even he realized he didn't want to do that shit. So then we make a religion that's like, you should be Christ-like. Well, you know what Christ also did is he flipped tables and got mad angry at motherfuckers for selling shit inside the church. Even Jesus didn't want to be Jesus. Probably, Lisa. A lot of the times I can't say shit to Aaron without fearing that he takes it as a attack. And maybe it is an attack. I don't know anymore. Because there's only two of you in a relationship, and if you're not right, then he's right, and if he's not right, then you're right, or neither of you are right, or both of you are right. I don't know. There's no referee making the calls in a relationship. I wish there was. I care if he's hurt, but I also care that I'm heard. So you can call that selfish or bitchy or whatever you want, but it is what I chose to do. We all make our choices. Unfortunately, in a lot of the scenarios, not all, but in a lot of the scenarios in life, if you are not the one who's hurting other people, you are the one being hurt. Even in the instance of me versus Julie for the furniture pickup, a lot of people are criticizing me for losing my temper and yelling at her. Some of you disagree. Who's right? Who's to say? Yes. Thank you. I'm not claiming I'm always right. I'm just claiming to always speak my mind, and sometimes I'm fucking wrong as hell. And you guys, you have your spidey senses, and you're like, June's wrong as hell right now. And that's fine. That's when you get brave enough to tell me that I'm wrong, and you brave the possibility of getting hounded down by other people who are protective of me in the chats, and you start a discussion that we can all try to discuss, risking your own virtual safety in the chat. And for that sacrifice, I thank you. Did I start my period? I don't think so. I thought I did, but... I live off of comments. I live off of feedback because mainly I think if I were to self-analyze myself, I grew up as a twice immigrant at a young age. Before I was 7, I had immigrated twice. I always had language barrier issues. I never really had stable enough friends. And for me, it is comforting to get feedback, to know what people think of me, because in my childhood, I lacked that so much. Because of the language barrier, because of the cultural barriers, because of my lack of contact with other people socially, period, I had no feedback. And not having feedback is a very scary thing when you are in a social herd. Like what Dad was saying in his very old recordings, we all have a desire to be part of the herd. Whether or not the herd is a good herd, we still desire to be in it. So to be out of a herd is a very scary thing. And so even if I do have negative comments raining down on my head, that is still being part of the herd. Just like when Dad said that when you reject something, you are still accepting it and affirming it. Because when you reject it, you are still in conversation with it. Which is why a big part of my problem with my relationship with Aaron in particular is that he isn't even rejecting me sometimes in conversation, which means he's not really conversing with me, which means that by default of him rejecting to bicker or argue with me, he's no longer affirming me. That is the worst kind of lack of validation for me personally in a relationship. It may not be that way for you, but for me it is. Because I think it reminds me of when I was an immigrant and lost and completely left out of things and nobody's communicating with me. I would rather have people yell at me so that I know exactly what they're thinking rather than me being in the dark and not knowing at all. I want to know my place. And I grew up in my immigrant days not knowing my place. And if you don't know where you are, then you are lost.
I request a conversation topic change. I've heard my name too many times, so I'm not that interesting.
It's not about you, Aaron.
Okay, just requesting.
Well, you heard the man. Conversation request change. But that's all I have to say on the topic, really. I've given you the meat of it. Fred, what do you think? Fred's bored too. Aaron, we're sorry and we don't mean to hurt your feelings.
Didn't hurt my feelings. I just didn't want to hear my name anymore.
Okay, he doesn't want to hear his name anymore. The boy does not like attention. Do you like attention, Freddie? I don't know why you guys feel more awkward than I do. You're not even here. What is there to feel awkward about? What is making you feel uncomfortable? Saying the truth? Or hurting feelings? And what if truth can hurt feelings? Then would you prefer to not have your feelings hurt, or would you prefer to not have truth? That's also a personal preference, right? I don't know if truth is always best. I sometimes feel like if I didn't tell my mom I was in Egypt, maybe she would have survived a little bit longer. I think me being in Egypt really scared her. I think she was worried for me. I think that added to part of her stress. I know a lot of people are going to tell me, stop guilting yourself, but given that my mom was worried about everyone and everything constantly in her life and trying to do the best for everyone, I do think I had a solid hand in killing my mom. Especially given that she died of heart disease, and a very sudden one at that.
Well, what were you supposed to do to not worry her? Just not do anything in life?
Maybe I shouldn't have told her everything. Maybe I shouldn't have been so straightforward with her. And maybe I shouldn't have expected her to understand my reasons for my choice. I know it's not in my late nature to lie to people, but we're finding that my nature is very hurtful to some people, right? Even you have said that my truth speaking tendencies can be selfish. I think my mother's death might just make me a little bit better of a person. Because in her death, I have had to retrospectively consider all the ways in which I have hurt her. And carrying that with me cognizantly now will consciously and subconsciously force me to try to do less of those things to other people in my life. Because I don't want to keep being that person who had a hand in killing her mom. I obviously am smart enough to know that I'm not the only reason that my mom died. But to think that I even had 5% or 10% of adding to her stress load, that like did her in at the end. That's not something that I can just let go of immediately right now. Probably will take like 3-4 years. It'll probably start feeling better when I get her ashes back from the medical school and I can travel again and I can take her with me. And I guess I can try to make believe that I can do over the things that I never got to do with her. Or even said flat out to her face, I'm not gonna do with her. Because she always asked me to go traveling with her. And I said, are you kidding? We're gonna drive each other insane. I always told her, we're going to be 2 hours in and you're going to be telling me what to eat and what not to eat, what to wear and what not to wear, and I'm going to be so angry at you and we're just not going to do that. And she always said, I won't do that. I don't know if she was lying to herself, but she was definitely not going to be able to lie to me about that. Did anyone ever take psych classes in college? I was just thinking about this the other day because, a lot of you, well-meaning, care about me, has told me that I need to go to therapy and that, these lives may be inappropriate. And, reading those comments, they feel valid to me, and the parts that feel valid to me then cause me to feel shame because I'm just like, well, I am putting myself out there on the internet and oversharing all of these, and that's not what normal people do, is it? But I remember taking a psych class in college, and we watched the Gloria films. She was a real patient, and they basically recorded her in 3 types of therapy. I found it fascinating. It was amazing to see the different sorts of therapies, the different schools of therapies that existed. And I thought to myself, well, I'm kind of Gloria, am I not? I'm glorying myself. spoiler alert, Gloria did end up killing herself. I don't think I'm gonna do that. But who knows? Yes, Julie. I think there is always some combativeness in my relationships. I think I have avoidant relationship personality tendencies. I find therapy very useful. I also find finding different therapists very useful. I just have to be not as fatigued to be in therapy. Because the whole process of finding a therapist that fits you is fatiguing. So if my battery is already drained, I find it very hard to go seek a therapist. Why we don't have more of a priority to get our mental health in order, I don't have an answer for, except we are not educated on mental health as a society yet. Also, our healthcare system doesn't really fucking care about us, period. Mental health is like second tier health on the healthcare system hierarchy, I think. And since our healthcare system is already so shit, finding a mental health provider is very difficult. Finding a mental health provider that takes your insurance is more difficult. And finding a therapist who vibes with you and is a fit for you, who also takes your insurance, is uber difficult. I, of course, am looking for some sort of validation during these lives. What do I do in life that is not validation seeking? I feel like every single thing that I do is validation seeking. I think that's also pretty common, no? But just because I am seeking validation subconsciously or consciously doesn't mean that you have to provide it. In fact, I want these lives to be a space in which you say whatever the fuck you want, and I say whatever the fuck we want, and then we meet halfway, or we explode at each other, and then we do it again. What's spoon theory? Let's Google it. Metaphor used to describe the amount of mental or physical energy a person has available for daily activities and tasks. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I'm eating oats, honey, tahini, cinnamon, and blueberries. Yes, Freddie, you are beautiful. Silent, non-judging observer. I love you. Oh yeah, I don't disagree. Mom taking care of Grandma. I don't think she was prepared at how much work that would have been. Grandma is very hard to take care of. When people are old, they turn into toddlers again. But with an added layer of entitlement that gets compounded by your filial piety.
Toddlers are entitled to.
Toddlers are entitled to, but there is an added layer that you add yourself as their progeny. The little voice that says you need to give them whatever they want because they are your parent, they are your elder, and they deserve it because they gave you life. And that internal guilt / responsibility / obligation / sense of duty magnifies the validity and righteousness of their entitlement. And there's no doubt in my mind that taking care of Grandma in a fucking pandemic as a single divorced person in a big old house that she could not upkeep by herself, isolated from her coworkers, with rarely a friend to see in person, there's no doubt that all of that resulted in Mom dying at the age at which she died. When I used to visit my mom every weekend before COVID, every week without fail, my mom would be screaming at my grandmother for something. The amount of stress that she was under was so much that I couldn't bear to stay in that house for longer than 2 hours every weekend. I can only imagine how much worse that echo chamber of frustration, anger, guilt, and conflicting ambivalence got for her in the time of COVID, because I stopped visiting her for a year and a half. There was no buffer for her anymore. She didn't go into the office to work. She stayed at home and took care of Grandma. I didn't go visit her on the weekends. She didn't see friends. The whirlpool of shit that we've just been swimming in, times 20 for my mom. I think about how I haven't trimmed Fred's nails yet, and how when he was batting for those trees just now, his little nails dug into the bed of the soft cushions of the sheets. And I heard the little plip plip plips as he poked through. And I was like, this is bad. He's destroying the chairs. I should trim his nails. I feel guilty for not trimming his nails, but I'm too tired to do it. And I feel bad that he's ruining the chairs with his nails, not of his own fault, but more my fault than his fault. But also, my mom just died, and she died trying to preserve everything just right. And then I thought of the couch cushions, which I rescued from a couch that couldn't fit into our apartment when I moved in the 8th grade, so we threw out the couch, and then I got sad, and I ran downstairs to the garbage pile and saved the cushions. The same couch which, 2 years prior, my father refused to let me jump on because it was a very new, nice leather couch, and they didn't want to ruin it, so he told me to get off the couch and stop jumping on it. And when we moved and trashed it, I thought about all those times that I could have jumped on there and had fun, and my parents didn't, and all that wasted potential for enjoyment. And so I snapped back to the present. And I'm like, none of this shit matters. I don't have energy to clip Fred's nails now, or this week, or maybe even for the rest of this month, then so be it. I'll clip it when I can. I'll clip it eventually, because I don't want his nails to grow so long that they curl into his footbed. And so what if his nails poke through the seat? This doesn't matter. We want to preserve things a certain way, especially our identities and our self-presentation, and we want to see ourselves and we want others to see ourselves in a certain way, but there is no way to preserve any of that, just like we can't preserve a couch or a chair or a life. So if we can enjoy it, let's enjoy it. And if we can stop guilting ourselves over the things, then let's stop ourselves from guilting. We have to coach ourselves for preservation because we were trained on the foundation that we don't matter unless we produce things. Before preschool, it was, are you a good girl? Are you a good boy? Are you following parents' rules? When we got to school, it was, are you a good student? Did you get an A on the test? Are you well behaved in class? Did you listen to all the teacher's rules and did you follow them? Did you do extracurriculars? Were you ahead of your class? Were you top of your class? Did you get into a good college? Did you get good marks in college? Were you outstanding in college? What did you study in college? Are you qualified for this job? Are you qualified for a better job? Why are you working that shitty job? Why don't you work a better job? When you're in that company, did you get promoted? Are you in the senior position yet? How many people do you have to beat to climb to the top? Did you win any awards? Did you win any honors? How good does your LinkedIn page look? Do you have recommendations of letters? Do your coworkers like you? Did you get a bonus? How's your sales? How's your commission? How's your customer reviews? Do you have any testimonials? Do the people you supervise like you? How's your retirement fund? Are you on track? Are you investing correctly? Did you set aside enough money for, parentheses, unpredictable futures in which the world crashes and burns? Nice, Joey. I'm sorry, Jasmine. My fingies are quick. Image to uphold is telling Noreen to shut the fuck up. But what Noreen said is also what I think. My uncle, my grandma's son, my mom's little brother, is also convinced that mom died in part due to the stress of taking care of my grandmother on her own. Did you have a good poop? Did you have a good poop? I heard him rifling through the litter box. Maybe it was just a pee, though. I can't tell. Freddie, what are you trying to say to me, honey? Do you want more treats? I'm sorry, buddy. I'll put it in my hand. It's Friday night. I get to do whatever I want. It is traditional for the Chinese to take care of their elderly. Putting your parents into retirement homes and rehabs is pretty shameful, culturally speaking. But honestly, I felt like Grandma wasn't that happy at home either. I mean, yes, she liked being with my mom, but she was really socially isolated. Right now at the rehab center, she has 2 different physical therapists. One who helps her with her walking, and one who helps her with upper body and lower body exercises. She also has different nurses that rotate in and out, who help to change her, give her showers, feed her. And they're also trying to bring her to the common areas, but she's less crazy about that because she's not used to seeing so many non-Chinese people and they scare her. You know, she's kind of racist in that way, but who can blame her? She's 93. Bye, Jasmine. Hi, Laura. What are you doing, Fred? This is Honey. Do you want to smell Mom's honey? Yep, Grandma's going through a lot of grief. A lot of survivor's guilt. She cries almost every day. At least once. She was here when I was in high school. And then she went back to China for a while. And then I think she came back in 2016, maybe? So she's been here 5 years. We feed Fred turkey Dave's. But I think we just bought another kind of turkey. We used to buy turkey and giblets, pate, but this time we bought a 12 case of just turkey. So we'll see if he likes it. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. But he's gonna have to eat it. I'm not sure why she came back, except my mom wanted to take care of her because she felt like maybe it was her responsibility to take over the care from my uncle. And also the air in China was really terrible, and my grandmother has lung issues, and she was just coughing nonstop with the air pollution in China. There are for sure nurses who give more of themselves than others. That's not really something I have control over, unfortunately, but I do visit her almost every day, even if it's just for a little while. Yep. I invited one of her aides to come over to Mom's house and take away furniture. Hi, Freddie. Alright, y'all. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching me listen to tapes. Happy weekend. Looking forward to getting some constructive feedback from you soon. Take care and have a good night. Fred, say bye.